And the targets that were more mentioned, just as Professor Galeto mentioned, was the target number 11 because it has pollination word, and this is expected because the majority would report above this. And the interesting part is that the parties reported about agriculture, the genetic resources, restoration of ecosystem, climate change, in the space planning, and this is very interesting because to conserve bees we need to conserve the habitats, and this for this we need the spatial planning for the pollinators, and this is also a specific important data. And another topics about pollution, these protected areas, and so on. I believe that what I consider important as public policies is that countries could have their pollination plans because the CDB decision has a plan that is very rich and can be adapted to the reality of each country. So I think this decision of clan of pollinators could help parties to implement effectively some policies to help the pollinators. A second topic is that once country has the pollinators initiative, they could connect with their national plans of biodiversity. So this national plan of biodiversity can be a higher entity that embraces all the plans, even the one of pollination. And then this would be a very efficient way to have some policies of this topic. Thank you so much, Hannah. You have anything to add? So thank you so much. I was year one in COP 17 in October of this year, and we were questioning about what was the first question, and the first question is why are we seated here? We are going to make a statement, and what will we do with this statement? What is the purpose? And then we have people from polynac countries here, and it is important to know that voices are not only in the civil society behalf, but also from the government behalf. And COP 17 was fundamental, and it was a space where governors could negotiate. For example, the initiative of pollinators to put it in the Montreal framework that is not active yet, and we could work so the indicators of what Eduardo mentioned could be within the plans of the review planning monitoring process of the biological biodiversity plan, and some things countries could start doing because they are negotiators and they should take decisions about that. There are other things that the rest of us who are not government, we are only civil society, we should mobilize ourselves. This is the effort of the whole society and is the role of the government as well. And this take me to conclude that we should be here to strengthen a message of politics of each one of us that can feed a regional process so that no individualities in Latin America can be seen, but we should have a standard criteria of our pollinators policies to have a message to the events and also to the negotiation spaces. Very important the coordination among countries of the region for this topic and leveraging the international initiative with the targets we have. Would you like to add anything?
COP17 coming up in Yerevan will be extremely important. There was a new framework that IPBES helped develop, which Anna Maria knows very well. It's the conceptual framework, and there's a box there called Nature's Contributions to People, which is building off of the ecosystem services framework from the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment. Pollination is clearly one of 18 of those contributions. Now, there's no dedicated, as Leo had pointed out in his presentation, no dedicated indicators. Nobody's focusing on this. When I talk to people, they say, hien, hien. We have other priorities. Climate change is burning up the world. We have problems with water pollution. You know, pollinators are cute, but maybe it's not a priority. Pollinators are very important for many of the targets which Leo showed up there. Target 2, target on restoration, target 10 on productive systems, target 11 on ecosystem services, nature's contributions to people. Target 7 is examining the reduction of chemicals. I could go on. We have a publication coming out about the importance of pollinators for the achievements of the Sustainable Development Goals. It cannot be understated how important POLLILAC is as a regional project working on a regional knowledge and information management, how that will scale up to eventually the global pollinator platform. I mean,
E então, se nós queremos priorizar
priorities, pollination must be one of them. And like Anna Maria and Anna had said, mainstreaming this into other policies that may be priority could be a way, but pollinators deserves the light by themselves, and I'm sure you guys all agree. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, chicas. Creo que
thank you so much, and I think we can talk about that the whole day because it's passionate. How public policy, international level, is important to provide visibility and make countries to understand the importance of the ecosystemic service of pollination, because even there are not specific indicators for pollination. Pollination is subjacent and essential for the accomplishment of other targets because it is a transversal service for agriculture, production, economics. It is worth to design a plan for that. So we could be the whole day talking here, but we need to conclude this panel, and I will emphasize some ideas that were mentioned here and to pass to the most general conversation with the public online, that we expect that we can have many people online. But so far, regarding the talk with Dr. Galeto, we know that even though there are not specific uh, indicators for the pollination, it is important that we consider them in the targets of general level. There are some gaps of knowledge in heterogeneity, in the level of accessibility of this information, and this information is important for decision makers. So these policies and commitments international level can land into internal policies of the countries and specific actions for the territories. So the international commitments are important to cross these public policies within the countries, but it is necessary to have attention to contradictions in a level of public policies in internal level, to not have asymmetries of power, and it is necessary to have a cultural change regarding the relationship of human with nature, and this can be promoted with public policies, international or nationally. And many of the targets that we have invested efforts through the biological biodiversity convention is guided to this paradigm between of the relationship between the human being and the nature. And we have also spoken about how important it is to coordinate from countries with other institutions to not double efforts and to not exhaust the activities and have a good flow of communication as well. So countries can, through their reports and communication plans and their strategies in a national level, they can visibilize and offer the importance of this communication project so we can get many other projects and targets. So I would like to open the floor for some questions from the audience. If people on the audience have questions, please give them the microphone, and let's see if there is any other question online as well. Okay, so I am Tanya, professor of philosophy. I am representing the Brazilian Union, CGAPS and CBA. I'm zootechnist and apiculturist and honeyculturist. We have a pollination work, and I think this work is very good and it's coming to add up to our efforts. It's good for the public policies, and we as colonizers and apiculturists, I think that we need credit, low credit, and funding that can help us to be able to buy more devices and to increase our our instruments to with our bees and to commercialize our product. And I would like also to ask if we can look at the uh, fertilizers that should be regulated. And we need you to look at this side. I know that the public policies can help us. So pesticide is important to be considered because we have taken a lot of bees to the pollination, but sometimes we are facing this pesticides problem, and many producers they are open to this, but we are still on baby steps on the uh, pollination. We have a pollination project that's big, but I would like to hear your opinion and your perspective about it. Let's gather three questions at the same time, and then we respond at the same time. We have another one here in front, and then Kaina. Agrochemistry. It's a very important topic. Good morning, everyone. I feel very honored to be here with four women that are very smart and valuable. They are great. I just would like to remember that you are a great example for each one of us, for the girls, those who are older. It's a great honor to be before you because you have done so much, and it is important to see you with this smile, with this humility that's unbelievable. We only get to do that, the women. So a round of applause to them. My contribution is from my local government. I am from a municipality in Costa Rica called Santa Cruz. We have not thought there to talk about incentives to leave this 4%, this 10% of the terrains for the pollinators. I take this as a takeaway, and also the idea of having the environmental policies from the information, because we have policies for hydric resources but not for pollinators. So we are starting the Polylab project, and I already have three initiatives to take to the National Council to convert them into a policy of the municipality. Thank you so much for that. And public policies in the territorial level is fundamental. So the things that we are talking about here in the national level can really direct to this topic. We have here befront, uh, okay. Back there, they talked about pesticides and policies. Okay, so Jorge Vargas from Mexico. My question is about if, just as we are trying to have the pollinators as a biological group in the core of targets, it happened, or is there any antecedent with other group that had the same happening or the same process, or we are only talking about biodiversity as a general topic? Thank you so much, Jorge. Let's make a small uh, pause to reply. So we talked about public policy and agrochemics and public policies in the regional level and territorial level and in the levels of discussion on the biodiversity. Any question, girls? Thank you so much for the questions. Um, I will not. I will talk about the pesticides topics and the pesticides. Um, I would like to highlight the work in a local and some national level. Many of the times we focus on public policies in a national, international level, but we forget about the big role and meaningfulness of the municipalities, cities, local government, and the interactions that could exist in the subnational way and the conservation, the use of, and the maintenance of the pollination service. And besides the local government, where we dedicate the biggest part of our resources, inversions, infrastructures, and where can have some conflict and or work together with the different sectors, universities or in these territories, communities are in these territories, and we also have companies, those who use pesticides and those who make the conservation and those who have and live in the protected areas. It is paramount that we understand what we can make up as a public policy in the international and national level. So I'm really happy about this participation on the local work and about the focal points. I think Monica can talk a little bit more about that.
Sure. Yeah. Eh, yo voy a empezar con la pregunta.
I will start as the pesticide questions. Maybe I can reply in Portuguese or Spanish. Is it okay?
Translation. So go ahead, Monica.
Okay, good. So,
Bom, I believe. Can you stop the? We cannot stop the interpretation. It should change the channel. Regarding the pesticides, I think we're missing information because many of the times the agriculture, when we look at the pesticides packages they use or they don't even need it, the impacts are diverse. For example, we have the impacts of the pesticides or that will certainly cause some impacts on the insects or the bees, and also the indirect impact that the pesticides will uh, destroy their households. So there are some impacts from the pesticides in an indirect or direct way. And I will not extend much of myself. And another thing regarding the lack of information, not only the pesticide, but the heat of these pollinizers, because in Brazil there are many studies showing that cultures that don't rely on this cooperation, this um, culture, they also like the grains, the cocoa, for example. Um, I know that the pollinators are really important because all the fruits of the uh, Amazon rainforest, they need this pollination.
The importance of the pollinators and how the professor said before, we can't see them as extractivists and with this vision that they are resources for us, with a different vision, a vision with value as a species that is in the same environment and the same level as us. I think we lack a little bit of information for some people that work with agriculture. I'm not speaking in a general view. I think many people that work in the field have this knowledge, but unfortunately, it's not everyone. So, what was the question actually? I forgot. The question was, we were discussing about pollinators and more specific levels, or if we only talk about in the biodiversity scene. So, what I understood is that we are asking for a agreement to talk about the pollinators as a specific group, and if we have anyone in the agreement working the same way. So this is a really good question because the agreement, we are a biodiversity agreement and we work in terms of ecosystems. So we talked about water ecosystem, land ecosystem. The convention does not talk about the species, so we are not in the agreement protecting whales or specific species, but the pollinators in general. We talk about the service of the ecosystem and the importance of the ecosystem working together at the end. So I would say that this consideration of is an exception in terms of species, but not only when we talk about species, is for all the habitat, the ecosystem that will contribute. I don't know if this answers your question. If not, please repeat your question because, sorry, I really forgot the question. Thank you.
We have gaps in chemicals and pesticide use with respect to pollinators, but we had written in the IPBES pollination assessment about practicing the precautionary principle, knowing how pesticides and other chemicals act in ecosystems against important pollinators. I want to have a couple comments for the first two that took the floor. I mean, it's very laudable, and I thank you guys for doing all of the work on the ground at a local level. It's extremely hard, and our work here is only possible because of the collective action of all actors, inclusivity. So really, I'm very proud to be sitting up here and in front of you. And in terms of resource mobilization, I'm sure we will talk about this a little bit later. Polylac obviously is facilitating some of this south-to-south cooperation with resource mobilization. Supporting resource mobilization is one of the functions of the Global Pollinator Platform to support your work on the ground. And we look forward to everyone contributing and feeding back on the detailed functions of the Global Pollinator Platform, but that's what we have envisioned to support all of your work. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Desafortunadamente,
Thank you so much. And unfortunately, the time is a tyrant, and I know that people asking us to conclude. So I would like to ask you to follow the conversation in our coffee break. Those who are online, please communicate afterwards, and we have possibility to follow the dialogue, but we need to follow the program. And then I would like to thank my panelists, and then the extraordinary women, and thank you so much for your knowledge and your experience. And we go to the next panel.
Muchísimas gracias. Quisiera
Thank you so much. I want that we have a photograph. Also, please, those online, have a smile because I'm gonna take a photograph as well. And have this official photograph. And we conclude this, and we have a great applause. And we have these great ideas. We dialogued a lot about how we can strengthen this policy, and we can have this first conversation. And also it will be in the COP 17 discussions as well. So it also makes us to be happy that some persons mentioned that they have some initiatives, reflections to their local government. We are in the first panel, and this is what it is about. So this is what we have in each one of the moments, and what we can learn and implement as well. So this is what we want to see, and we've gotta have some caffeine, and this we are gonna have a coffee break. We cannot last longer because we need to follow and have our time on time. So please take some 15 minutes of coffee break, okay? So you can wake up and have a rest. And in 15 minutes, we can come back here and let's follow the conversation in a brief way. Thank you so much. Another thing is the paparazzis are mentioning that to take advantage of the beauty of the lake and the place, we have a photograph together by the end of the coffee break. So please stay there so we can have this photograph. In 15 minutes, we have the photograph, okay? And we come back to have the second moment of our conversation. Please get ready for the group photograph.
goals. The difference that we divided the goal 1 and 2 and the goal 2 into the goal 2 in the sector of coordinating the fishing in Brazil, asking that through the fishing was a separate goal. So we created a goal 10B to deal with fishing. And inside the goal 1 in the spatial planning, we created a 1B goal to treat about the reduction of deforestation and wildfires in Brazil. This is a really important theme in Brazil and really important globally, especially in the climate change scenario. Brazil approved action plan, detailed action plans to reduce deforestation, wildfires in each biomes, continental biomes we have in Brazil, so we are very aligned with that. We approved a action plan of the federal government with a contribution of 20 ministries and 30 federal authorities. So total of 50 institutions, important institutions of the federal government that contributed to the elaboration. We have 234 actions that are prioritized and we want to implement them inside the POM of Brazil. And we presented this year our 7th report to CDB. We sent a previous report to accomplish the deadline of February, and recently we sent the final report. This report, we received millions of contribution from different sectors, state level, municipalities level, civil society, from the academy, from the companies, and from indigenous people. So it was a really wide process of consulting, and the final report is very wide as well and includes a complex of 74 studies of cases with contribution of indigenous people for the implementation of these national goals of EPAMBI and contributing for the global goals of the global mark. Our evaluation was that from the 25 national goals, 11 goals we consider improving in a good rhythm with good perspective of full accomplishment until 2030. These are the goals 1A of spatial planning, that Brazil have a wide experience throughout the decades. The goal 1B against wildfire, the goal 2 of recovery, the goal 3 of ecosystems, the Brazilian goal about preservation established a specific percentage for each biome, and in the Amazon specifically, this percentage was 80% for the preservation of the Amazon, Brazilian Amazon. The goal of 12 about green areas in urban places. The goal 13 was this mathematic that Brazil has been working for a long time. We have a legislation about the benefits of funding. The goal 20 about capacity building and cooperation, and the goal 21 about access to data and information. Brazil contributes with 2% of the world science, but when we talk about biodiversity, we contribute to 10% of the world science, so it's a really important contribution. And the goal 22 of participation and access to justice. The other goals we we didn't have enough progress, but we didn't have any goals that didn't advance in some way. The pollinators of Ipambi, we pay attention in the goal 7 about pollution and pesticides. The government has programs to reduce the use of pesticides, of chemical pesticides. We also have a strong program of production of bioinputs, biological solutions to improve the biological control and pollination. The goal 10A, we have many initiatives in Brazil to promote sustainability in agriculture. But the matter is not the lack of solutions, it's the lack of engaging of all the producers and adopting these solutions. This is our challenge. We also have programs of biodiversity, regenerative systems. I don't know if you know, but Brazil has a environmental code created in 1994. The Brazilian Constitution doesn't recognize the right to private land only if you contribute to the well-being of in a public level. So this means that to help preservation of the ecosystems, rational use of the natural resource, and also respect the rights of the working people. The goal 11, we have many initiatives, but they are not enough to deal with ecosystem services. The services that are receiving more attention are the related to pollination, the offer of water, carbon sequestration, and in a smaller scale, the biological control of prigs. Inside the 11th goal, we have the proposal that we are concluding of establishing a national policy of protection of the pollinators in Brazil. This is an initiative of 4 ministries: the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Agricultural Development, and the Ministry of Science, Innovation, and Technology. So we hope that before the FAO convention in November, we'll have this policy approved. And talking about instruments of national policies, and the seventh goal, we have a matter of reducing risks to the impacts related to the use of pesticides. And this means that we'll have to use even more specific pesticides and not general pesticides that kill all the types of organisms. And of course, with less toxicity, especially for the humans. So we are advancing with this program of Pronara to reduce this dependency that we have in chemical pesticides and to engage the program of bioinput. So this strategy of Pronara has these 4 compounds of reduction alternatives, especially the bioinputs, promote monitoring and articulation. The Ministry of Environment supports a Embrapa initiative. There is the Brazilian research to monitor the residues of pesticides in the ecosystems in Brazil. So this program already started in Brazil, has a national network bigger than 60 stations of monitoring in the main waterlands in Brazil. So we also have the program of bio inputs that was launched in 2020 by the Ministry of Agriculture in a presidential decree. And then we approved the law of bio inputs in 2024 that engaged even more this strategy. Brazil today is a country that is advanced in the use of bio inputs in the control of plagues and diseases. And the use of these bio inputs is advancing really fast in Brazil. So this is really positive outcome. We are now working on regulating this specific law. Under goal 10A, we have a wide matter here of promoting sustainability in agriculture. Brazil is led by the Ministry of Agriculture and already has many programs of sustainability in the crops. The oldest one has 25 years of functioning, and we also have the Forest Code. As I mentioned, the Forest Code is based in our Constitution and created demand of conservation in ecosystems in the private lands in Brazil. So this comes from 1934, and then in 1965 we also managed, and more recently as well, and it doesn't apply only in the forest but all types of ecosystems. We have programs of promoting agroecology, we have programs of innovation, we have programs of managing landscape managing to reach sustainability. We have a really good program that is the ABC plan of agriculture of lower emission of carbon with many benefits for biodiversity as well. In the parts of the ecosystem services, we have advanced a lot in the research area about the ecosystem services. And we also have a continuous advance of capacity building and perception of the farmers in the importance of pollination. So we've been working for many years with the pollination of coffee, not only in Brazil, but also places as well, like Costa Rica and other countries. More recently, we advanced in the managing of pollination of soya. You may know that soya represents half of all the planted area of national crops in Brazil. This is really important. And 10 years ago, we thought that soya didn't benefit by the pollinators, but today we have two researchers that they do benefit of the pollinators and can improve their productivity in 10-20%. Our proposal of a national policy of production and conservation of the pollinators, I won't give the details now because we are concluding the process of consulting inside these 4 ministries that I talked about. So this policy can establish itself. And we are also discussing the matter of the use of funding of environmental service, like the payment for environmental service, PSA, our program that we have in Brazil. So the Chico Mendes Institute of Preservation of biodiversity is linked to the Ministry of Environment, established a national plan for conservation of pollinators, insects that are threatened. They are threatened of extinction. Newto is here. Newto, please stand up. He is in the middle of the room. This plan, we have a actual plan from 2022 to 2027 involving many organizations from the academy, from civil society, and etc. We also have a big effort in Brazil to support the states. Brazil has 26 states and the federal district. You are now in the federal district in Brasilia. And the state secretaries of the environment of all states in Brazil committed to elaborate and implement what we call of EPAEBs, strategies of action plans in each state of biodiversity that are aligned with EPAMB, the national strategy, and aligned with the global mark of Montreal. And many states are very advanced, like the state of Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo, for example. They're almost ready to launch their EPAEBs. Other states need more support, especially the states from the Amazon. We have a Brazilian association of entities, that environmental entities, and ABEMA created in March of 2023 a technical chamber to support and coordinate the actions in all states. So we've been working with them since then. And as I mentioned, the state secretaries approved the commitment of all the 26 states and the federal district to elaborate and implement their EPAEBs. So this agreement happened in Brasilia in July of 2023. We also have this National Association of Municipalities and Environment, ANAMA. This is a little bit harder to work because Brazil has many, more than 100 municipalities. So it's not, the translation, apologize. Brazil has more than 500 of municipalities, and it's really hard to dialogue, to elaborate between them, especially in the biomes of Mata Atlântica and Cerrado. The states have been following their CDB reunion, especially in the COPs that we had, COP 30, and the COP that happened in Italy. We have more than 30 representatives. And during COP 30 in Belém, in November, they worked as well to advance in the strategies of biodiversity and the articulation with the strategies of climate change. Now I'll finish here mentioning the challenge that I think that I don't have to reinforce. We mentioned before by other speakers, and the funding matter that I think that interests everyone. So our recent advance was a regulation of the PSC, the Payment for Environmental Service. So this was implemented this year to improve the use of this instrument to support actions of preservation. Another economic instruments that we are using in Brazil. Brazil created in 2008 or 9 the Amazonia Fund, that is a type of strategy Red Plus that works with international donations from results of reduction of deforestation that was already reached. Norway offered $1 billion to Brazil through the confirmation of the annual reduction of deforestation, and we've been receiving this resource by the Amazonia Fund. Germany also is participating. So we have an initiative called Floresta Viva. There's a partnership between the National Bank of Brazil and the FundBio, that is a fund of biodiversity in Brazil. They focus on the mist funding. BNDES has open calls proposing things to the private sector, and we counter funds of 50%, and this has been attracting a lot of the private sector in Brazil. We also work with Green Bonus from the National Treasure to the Brazilian debt that are related with sustainable initiatives. This relates a lot of interest, a lot of investment. Last year we had a big investment in the climate fund in Brazil. We also have the Safra Plan, sustainable, that the Brazilian government is a huge sponsor in the agriculture in Brazil, and we are inserting sustainability criteria. This takes a amount of time, but it's helping us as well. We also have initiative of the National Agency of Water called the Producer of Water. The benefit is the rural producers that preserve and recover rivers inside the beginning of these rivers. So we have a few initiatives of conservation with in the states of Mato Grosso and Mato Grosso do Sul. We have this type of mechanism that we call the division of the use of the land. We have in Rio Grande do Sul more than 250 farmers that signed the commitment to protect half of the fields that they have in their properties, and in exchange they have the certification that the meat that they produce is a friend of biodiversity. So they sell this meat in a more expensive value in the market. We also have an initiative to fund the conservation of tropical forests around the world. We have the commitment of donation of 6.5 billions of dollars. The biggest offer was from Norway, and we are waiting for the confirmation of new commitments to reach $10 billion of funding. But some countries announced that since we're having elections this year, they'll wait the results of the election to confirm their donation for this fund. So basically, this is what I wanted to mention for you guys. Obviously, we have many challenges to integrate these public policies. Like many countries, the public policies in general, they are divided by sectors. So each ministry develops and implements the public policies, and sometimes without coordinating this policy. So this is a problem. It's not a privilege in Brazil. In all countries, we suffer with that.
But the potential is big to advance and move on with this coordination. So I would like to thank you I think we have great advance in Brazil, and we are available to reply to questions, debate some issues, and etc. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Braulio. We open some space to some people, two people, so we can reply some questions. Good morning. Good afternoon, Braulio. I'm Kaina from the Federal University of São Carlos in Rebipe. I would like to emphasize the importance of your speech in the construction of the strategies and action plans because it is not enough to have a policy. We've got to do all this work afterwards. And regarding the national policy, we've seen we have the PAN, the national plan for the pollinators. Is it possible to make a national plan for the protection of the pollinators? Why do I ask that? Because one of the urgent things is to think of strategies of monitoring, and if this is within the national plans, I think this could be uh, with a port of funding in a long term, because we don't know how to make this monitoring in 2 to 3 years. I would like to know how to comment on that, and if the action plans, the strategies of funding could be implemented. Thank you so much for your question. Policies will be implemented in the general level, including all the types of pollinators, not only insects. The action plan that ICMBio also coordinates is focused on this, and within this policy, we distribute some tasks among the four ministries. Certainly, will have to, once we approve the policy, we need to discuss which instruments we've gotta create. We have this list with the big demands, and I think we have to discuss the details. The policy says that we have to advance with monitoring, training. We have to improve the support to the agriculture um, producers so they can understand the pollinators' role. But the policy is not only about the uh, pollinators on the agriculture, but it's wide. These details should be done after the approval of this policy. But it is our intention to advance on this. And we can have some action plans, complementary ones. ICMBio has already established this, but we cannot anticipate it at this moment. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to speak with the representative of the Ministry of Environment. I'm representing the Mucugê district, and I have some questions regarding the peculiarity of our municipality. 52% of our territory is within the national park. I would like to make a question to the representative of ICMBio, if there is any action of PAN within the uh, buffer area. Uh, and in regards to the agriculture, we have the Jebiquara that also have some representative of Jebiquara and that represent 15% of our territory. So let's say that we have over 15% with the family members, and thinking of the governance and the practical uh, inclusion regarding the funding of the bio assets. I would say I would ask if there is a possibility to have a group that will fight these assets with the family agriculture because there is a big pressure from the agribusiness on the plagues and the problems of production, and this end up by overloading the uh, producers of family producers, and we are moving this initiative to create an ECT to the Alto Paraguaçu, which is a river in Bahia that makes the Salvador Basin um, to be there. And we could talk about the ECT, the Science Technology Institute that could produce these bio assets and distribute to the producers. We know that the bio assets law only allow you to produce the same to your own property and not to commercial trade. And then I would like to ask if there is a possibility to create some regional ECTs to have the solution in the territories. Thank you so much. In the Chapada is a privileged region that we have for the environment with protected areas. But as you mentioned, we also have some production areas for the agriculture, especially coffee, maracujá, passion fruit, and other cultures. This project within the Polylac has a big focus on the small agricultures. The local coordination of this project is done by the state of Bahia with the support of the federal government. And many of the instruments of public policies are controlled and decided in Brasilia by the different ministries. So we need to have this performance from the public policies in federal level and the policies of Bahia State and the initiatives focused in the family agriculture. And in this region, we have the traditional communities as well. So all of that is also included. It's obvious that Polylac is another project with beginning and with the beginning, middle, and end. It will finish one day, and then we have to advance with one initiative that has the possibility to have the biggest continuity over the time after the licensing of the Polylac with this funding of the IKE. This issue of difference of attention of agricultures is something that's very common in Brazil because we have over 500,000 producers, agriculture producers, and we have around 5 million of small producers. One of the challenges we have is all the work of rural extension. And from the 90s, we have suffered with restrictions in the performance of the federal government. And happily, the states they have their own territorial extension programs. And this is an area that we can help in the farmers, and we have several instruments that can incentivize and mobilize to support the small producers. Brazil is going through a modernization process of the Brazilian um, process, and then to add value to this culture, and then based on science and the attention to take advantage of the international knowledge, and this is making everything to be more sophisticated of and for the trade of products. Coffee, for example, nowadays is becoming very sophisticated as the wine trade. So this is going towards this direction. And this is also for other products that we have in this direction of adding value. Now, this all demands technical support, scientific one. Other than universities, we have the Embrapa work but we have to reinforce the extension systems of the rural extensions to make this bridge with the producers so they can really improve their production systems. Thank you so much, and we conclude with a great round of applause, Mr. Braulio Diaz. It has been very interesting your exposure, and many people they have questions, and then I would like to ask those who have a question if they can address to them. The idea is that if you have questions, you can write them and he can also reply to you. The same thing for the next speakers or panelists. I know the time is short, but please write your questions. If there is no time here, please write your questions and then we will be able to send him. And those who are virtually connected, please send your questions and make this recompilation of questions. At this moment, we'll go to our panel. Before have our midday break, I would like to invite so Mrs. Lucia Araptaya could follow us, and she's the technical assistant of the Polylac project and the project, the Resilient City project, and the Biodiversity City. She's an architect by the Costa Rica University, and she has a master degree by the University of Pennsylvania and a master degree in the conservation of the biodiversity in Oxford University. She has worked with the local governments and in the president's office for uh, leveraging the territorial um, aspect of the conservation of the urban work and the leveraging of the biological hallways in the rural and the urban areas. Welcome and thank you so much for being here. Well, good morning, everyone who are listening to us and those who are connected virtually. It's a great pleasure to be here. And then I will introduce those panelists that are following me. I start with Jesus Riquelme. He is a lawyer and specialist of strategic planning and public management in the environment. He's the chief of the planification department of the Ministry of Environment and of Paraguay, and has represented Paraguay in several spaces of cooperation like Mercosur, and has worked in sustainable development projects, biodiversity, and environmental governance. He's also a university professor. Welcome, Jesus. From behalf of Peru, we have online Roxana Solis, who is a professional graduated in biological sciences from Ricardo Palma University with study of applied ecology in the Agraria University. She has a wide experience in knowing and applying the convenium of the biological diversity and the coordination of the elaboration of the party conferences and the subsidiaries of support in technical, technological, and scientific level. She has 13 years working with the National Commission of Biodiversity of Peru, where she is the coordinator of the instrument management of the biodiversity. We also welcome Angie Michel. Angie is a tropical biologist with a master degree of from the Management and Conservation Institute of Wildlife of Costa Rica. She nowadays works in the Conservation Department and Sustainable Use of the Biodiversity and the Ecosystemic Services of the National Service of Conservation of the Environmental Ministry and Energy, where she is the Wildlife Coordinator. And at last, from Mexico have Amara Jessica Zamorano Mazan, who is a biologist by the UNAN and master in the autonomous sciences with the specialty of the ecosystems. She is now the sub director of biosecurity of the in the biodiversity sector of the subsecretary of biodiversity of restoration of the Semanat, where she cooperates with the conservation of the biodiversity, pollinizers, biosecurity, and the strengthening of public policies instruments. Well, happily, we can start with our panel after we had the presentation of Dr. Diaz. Thank you so much for your presentation. It is very inspireful to see the action that we have in Brazil for the protection of pollinizers. And really, the solutions are we have this articulation with the global frameworks, the public policies in the multi-level way, and really what should be strengthened is the political unwillingness. And that's why we have this emphasis with this panel of governance in a multi-level way, with the national strategies and the political plans and the actions that we have from the different countries for the protection of the pollinizers. Also, it was mentioned in the previous panel, one articulation that we had before, of how we need to have this governance of all the government in all the sectors, especially with the panelists from today, that we can also uh, talk from a comprehensive way. Um, Here we have a good mix of what Dr. Diaz presented. We know that Brazil is very close to approve its national policy for the pollinators uh, protection, and Mexico also counts on this instrument for the protection of the pollinators, which is the national strategy for the uh, national protection strategy. And then, Mara, I would like to hear from you what threats you have faced on the implementation of this strategy in the implementation on different levels and what advances you had. And from that, we can start speaking with other colleagues from the different uh, countries that are also leveraging these policies in their own countries in different sectors. So please, you have the floor. Thank you so much for the invitation we've done to Mexico. Environment is the first time that we participate in, so we expect that we can learn a lot from you regarding the national strategy of conservation of pollinators. It's a strategy that we have from 2021, and then we have some path that we have gone through, and this is also articulated with the Commission of Sustainable Use with the agriculture that we have in our counterpart. And from these challenges, we have a lot. And first of all, we have this difficulty to implement the uh, actions, and all these actions were dispersed. Under this 6 years term, we are trying to share the strategy with the big topics that could allow us to have a follow-up of the policies and actions that were done in the territory. Talking about the interinstitutional coordination, we who are from the environment, we have everything to do with the restoration of the habitat and the restoration of areas, and agriculture, for example, coordinates everything that has to do with the risks of the pesticides and then the good practices of the management of the agriculture. And then we have the monitoring of the in diffusion of CONAIO. That is a commission that also participates with the pollinizers. And in some way, we try to communicate us and regarding the problems and the with the government. Mexico has 32 states, and each one of them they face a different level of knowledge and advance in regarding the pollinators' actions. Nonetheless, from the rules, we created a network of knowledge with the academics and government and communities that are exchange some ideas in favor of the pollinators. Another challenge is the funding. Funding sometimes is complicated because in Mexico we don't count with a lot of money to implement a lot of actions that we have. So by counting with projects like Podilac and projects like this, we resources to with local uh, impact, and we try to escalate in the different levels that we have. Nonetheless, within this problem, the times they are not the best ones that we have according to the ecology, and then we have this gap between the approval of some projects and implementation, and then these are some of the problems that we have. And regarding the use of the pesticides, we're trying to generate some alternatives, and also we are updating all of our policies regarding the importation and the sustainability of the use. Thank you so much. As you mentioned, I take advantage to mention about the actions we are doing in the other countries, like in Peru, Paraguay, and Costa Rica. There are many actions, innovative actions, in the cases that have to do with the sensibilization, interaction with the wildlife, articulation of the territorial ordinance, and this is good to mention. And I'd like to start with Angie so you can tell a little bit of what is going on. We know that Costa Rica is leveraging the national strategy of biodiversity, so you can tell us a little bit of how you are articulating yourselves with other complementary actions from the Ministry of Environment and Agriculture as well. Thank you so much, Lucia. First of all, I'd like to thank GIZ for this help and the welcome from Brazil, and it's a great pleasure to be here with you. From the government of Costa Rica, we would like to highlight that all the support that we have for projects like Codilac, they were done to help this cooperational project, because not only you have been in the board of the Ministry of Environment, Agriculture, that have worked in a sectorial way, maybe more locally as in a sector, but we could implement some actors that like the national implementation work, and we understand that the biodiversity conservation is not done only with the institution alone, but we need to integrate everyone, and this was fundamental, and this fundamental for the work sessions, meetings, to bring everything into practice. Then the government of Costa Rica is under the process in updating the national strategy of biodiversity, as it was mentioned. We are updating the strategy that's finished um, the deadline in 2025. The strategy also, Costa Rica is aligned with the Marco about the biodiversity framework, and we would like to integrate the topic of pollinizers in this process, because there are several targets, as it was mentioned before, and that talk about this topic of the biodiversity, the systemic services, the contamination systems. And in Costa Rica, we are focusing because it's even though we have the target number 9 and 10, we have wanted to have several consultation workshops to have the awareness of what was the feeling of the civil society. And curiously, we have the pollination topic, and then we have some specialist workshops to understand these needs and the sensitivity that we have over these groups, especially for our well-being of our food security. And we are developing the target number 4 that has to do with uh, detaining the loss of the um, species in under risk of extinction. And then these work sessions we discussed of how we should prioritize this work. And to prioritize this, we need to do to have information. And then in Costa Rica, I understand that we don't have enough information about that. And what groups, what species, because if you have to define these specific things, even though it was very enriching this dialogue, we need to keep on working together. We need to visualize everything, especially the specific targets that we have with the reduction of these substances that can contaminate. Also, as Lucia mentioned, within the government of Costa Rica, we have worked in the past years, and the biggest part in the target number 4 in the interaction with the wildlife. But nobody protects what doesn't know. So we have focused in promoting the accessibility of the civil society of the and the producers, so we can understand the fundamental role of these people, and also in the ecological part and the sustainability, the food security, and also the health of the ecosystem and of us. So we have this project called Costa Rica Silvestre. I think we mentioned about this workshop we had in Costa Rica, and it's focused on sensibilizing people so we can have the biodiversity in its own habitat, intervening the least possible and using of the resources correctly. And then to finalize, we have some big contributions that have been good for the implementation and the construction and now of a normative, specific normative for a specific group of pollinizers for the executive part. And then in Costa Rica, the normative is strong in ecosystem of species, and sometimes they are focusing the arthropods. And following the examples, we have done this decree in the end of last year, uh, focus in regulating and writing the knowledge of a state of how we use the native bees and how this is done traditionally or not. And in Costa Rica, we use with traditional use as well. And also by having some uh, ideas to protect these insects from their local part and the taking some species from one place to the other. And this has been a big uh, target and challenge to solve this. But as government, we have taken the possibility to sit with them to know what it is about, how they have to write, subscribe, what they have to do, and this is part of having knowledge and control of what we do in the country with these insects. But we still lack of a lot of things. And with the topic of strategy, national strategy of diversity, one of the biggest challenges is to maintain all of that and to have these indicators focusing the pollinators, and to have this commitment to generate the monitoring, and above all, to have this in the decision making part.
Thank you so much. I would like to continue with the one who follow us because we talked about some goals like 14 and 23 of the mark of biodiversity. In Peru, we know they're working with the team of sensibilization of the kids and youth. And I would like to pass the floor to Ozan to know what we are doing about this theme, especially about native bees in Peru and the rights that. Thank you so much, Lucia. I would like to thank for the event organization. I would like to make some remarks, and I believe that this group effort of the party-like project, after COP 14, It was an awakening, something that we ask in the Ministry of Environment that we work together, and for that is very important. It's very, and since then the Ministry of Environment started working on the team of a technical group of pollination. We also, I believe that we didn't get to 10, and now we have more than 22 institutions that represent the the organization, this technical group. They're showing serious problems and the necessity to take action because sometimes we make a lot of effort in inputs, but the idea stays in the paper. So it's a really delicate idea, but sometimes it goes through, besides that. And we have this effort around this. So to generate a tool when we remember of the extension K of the section K of the global mark is about education. And sometimes I say that we don't consider the education, and the public consultation didn't put this. And I communicate Costa Rica, what you need is to put in practice the policies, and we need to change our mindset. Is really important because we have the exchange and transformation. So what we did in Peru with all this theme of pollinators was the Institute of Investigation of Amazonia in Peru. We started to work with the kids, with the youth, in schools. We said that these bees had a medical product, and we taught them the importance, the use, the way they can benefit from this ecosystem. And it was a big effort to reach this interest from them in the community, in the indigenous communities, because there is evidence that their bees have specific use, and so this practice started to attract information, important information, in the courses that we have in these schools. And with the pollinators now, because sometimes they don't understand what it's about. And this was one of the interesting things that we did. And besides that, the women from these indigenous groups dedicated in these kids and brought a lot of interest in this matter. And something that we saw in this investigation was talking about the Apis mellifera. It has a specific address to protect. So if we have combs of native bees that compete with the exotic species, and this was a threat that is evident in this work that we're doing with the country, with the practice of civilization and conscientization, and we have the conscious that we have to work with the schools, indigenous community at a political level as well, because these actions have to develop not only about the bee crop, but we are also dealing with the theme to occupy these spaces, these legal spaces, because we have this empty space when we use these pesticides. What is going to happen? We also have the use of chemicals, and we want to improve that. So these signals that we are seeing, we need to articulate and go through the empty gaps. In general, a consulting with ONG, and we have a specific group in Peru that could discover that and articulate it to work with these legal marks with a proper managing of pollination. Thank you so much. And now we're talking with Jesus, specifically in Paraguay, about the theme of pollination.
Roxana, sabemos que han trabajado muchísimo con, desde el Ministerio de Ambiente, el Ministerio de Agricultura y también con los gobiernos subnacionales para generar
To generate the protection actions of the government in the territory. And go ahead, Jesus. Thank you so much to everyone. And what they said. And I would like to thank those from Brazil for welcoming us and from being in our place. And I'm very happy because I work in public policies for a long time, and taking this public policy topic in the international seminar really excites me, because the first question I have is why what why are you talking about public policies? Why do we talk about it in a seminar like this? I have the conviction that public policies are or is the first essential step and most important one for transformation of a problem into a priority. When something becomes a priority, it's when we work into actions. That's why in Paraguay we incorporated the pollinators in our diversity agenda, especially because we believe that in the national strategy we talk about these prioritization actions should be also a ecosystemic service that is very important. Another question that you've done is how you articulate ourselves. One of the challenges we have with countries is this articulation among institutions. Nonetheless, we are working very strongly with the Ministry of Environment, the cattle ministry, and also the local governments to make the conservation work, the production, and the ordinance of the territorial work. And this ordinance is a debate topic that's very important, because from these territorial plans we have the security that the local government, the community, and the communities they have introduced actions for their territories. Nonetheless, I believe that it's important that this articulation should be done in levels. These levels normally they are created with the purpose of attending to some problems, some difficulties, and from the environmental ministry, we are trying to work with articulation with the institutions and by including the indigenous people, the women, the youth. This is fundamental to be able to identify particularity that antecede the argument of formulating this public policy. Very good. So, Jesus, thank you so much. We go to the next question. Maybe all of you have positioned yourself of what we are doing, and there are some integral focus that are innovative and inspire every one of us. And I would like to ask you, and because of time, it should be just in 1 minute, if you need to focus on how you coordinate better, how to articulate better the different actors to have outcomes. You see the different political results. We see the EPAEPs to work with the states and localities. What other 2 or 3 things you would prioritize from the perspective of coordination to leverage this governance in a multi-level perspective? So, Jesus, I know that you have talked about not creating new levels, but please mention what you have in mind. In Paraguay, we have a particularity that we are seeing again that with each normative we create some new levels. The technical board, the commissions, committees. It looks like that by the moment that we have to formulate this normative, people say, okay, I'll create this level, and then we have this problem that we take it away, and now we are thinking, okay, we are talking about strengthening the levels that we already have. This strengthening of the departments we have is very important. It needs to start functioning from the basic, especially in training. We talked with the colleagues from the Paraguayan delegation. He mentioned that in one committee, in one work of multidisciplinary, not only the technician talks in a very technical way, there is the lawyer, the sociologist, and that's where when we talk about strengthening the levels we have, we need to train accordingly to the language we have and need, just as the colleague mentioned. And if we don't know it, we could not protect it. So what I propose is not create some new levels, but strengthening what we have, and this strengthening should start from the basic, from training in all the levels, so that from this knowledge we can identify some actions. Very good. Thank you, Jesus. Roxana, we have you have the floor, so you can mention 2 or 3 priorities for the articulation. Thank you so much. And I listening to Mexico.
We all have this in common, which was reflecting about biodiversity. We need to have this close approach in our office. We didn't do anything, so we created these spaces of articulation and capacity building. It's possible to do that with professionals that come from these programs, these budget programs. We have been doing this with specialists in different ecosystems, the ones that generated the tools, so we could inside this region of the center south to divide these regions in different in north south, and we have the 50 directors in the north region to participate of a capacity building, to do a sequence of next steps and commitment that we assumed in the next step. So this really helped us to be closer, to listen, and inside this vision we have professionals that work in a specific region. So we have, for example, I have 6 jurisdictions working, including the themes, in the things in each priority, including in a national level and also in a global level of work. And one of the themes, of course, that appears is this need of funding. So the part of funding programs that we brought to the initiatives in Peru, it was to give these opportunities. This operation part is what we are doing to achieve this sensibilization, this consciousness, and this change. And I would like to conclude. I was reflecting about this matter, and there is a theme about critical conscience, and I would like to read to you guys. It's from Paulo Freire. Focus on those people so they can understand their surroundings, social surroundings and cultural surroundings, so they have the capacity of transformation. If we don't approach what is local, we are not able to understand reality, because there is where change is. Thank you. Thank you, Hosanna. Angie? Well, I agree with my colleague here. We really need to strengthen what we already have. I believe that defining a policy, a strategy that goes around the theme of pollinators protection is really important, because when the program Polylac ends, we need to continue with these actions. And we will already have the implementation, the actors, and we need to do this capacity building so they can still working afterwards. And I believe that is also really important that this is applied in the policies, and to define action plans where we can reach all levels and all the actors involved. And now we have the municipalities of Santa Cruz, and she's already convinced that inside the territorial managing, this needs to be taken to all levels, not only the strategic levels, but also the actors that are important in a global level, the knowledge change, and also that we have scientific data-based information in a civil society to generate useful information. So this for me is really important to sustain this effort throughout time and to generate a protection to the pollinators, especially the insects. In Costa Rica, we have some people working with that at a local level more than a strategic level, but it's really cool to see that inside the environmental agenda we have this mark of pollinators insects. So we need to talk about the reduction of fentanyl in Costa Rica, for example. We have to reduce because it affects the pollinators insects, and how the justice support the producers and local agents that are being affected. Not only your production of bees, of native bees, but also the ones that are affecting the health of people. So with all this effort, with all these actions, there in all levels we can execute and ensure the benefit in all regions and all municipalities in all states. So thank you so much. And to conclude, I would define that as three big themes: dialogue, adequate dialogue, the definition of actions. There are focus in specific actions and the themes. In Mexico, we have a problem that we call city jaton, that is the use of space with native species. So what we do is that we dialogue in an adequate way and between CONABI and the agriculture. We go where we want to rehabilitate and we talk with the people involved. The national area that is protected defines that which places they want to do their rehabilitation and where they want to work. And when we add the communities with technical knowledge and the knowledge of the academy, for example, we know which seeds we'll use and we appropriate this knowledge, because at the end, who is going to stay with this rehabilitation is not the government and is the community. So we have a clear dialogue of the appropriation, not only by the government, but also by the people who are working on the field. So it's really important to generate these 3 points as a theme to implement this practice on the field. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mara. Well, we are finishing our panel. I'd like to conclude with the most important remarks that we talked about. We have the global mark that is structured to help, to guide us. We had good answers. We saw that in this way of structuring the strategies in function of this mark, of talking to people, talking about the territories, talking about rehabilitation funding. We have to do this work to generate these strategies, these plans, these policies in different levels, in different sectors. But then we have this big message of Paulo Freire that Rosana talked about, that is to approach people, and this was really well put, because this is what makes the real change. When we approach people from conservation is when we have the change, and the real pollinators have this virtue of creating landscape, of creating cultures, crops, and from that we can approach and influence different sectors, and from that we have many ideas of strategies and actions. Really talking about the Seminathon that you talked about, to spread the seed to make a change locally, and to use obviously these native species and the pollinators. So now we got to the end. We're wrapping things up, and now we're gonna make some questions. But thank you so much. So now let's see if we have 1 or 2 people who would like to ask any questions. We actually recovered some time, so 1 p.m. we can go to lunch. But if you have any questions to our speakers or for our colleague that is participating here online, or if you don't have any questions, comments, reflections. Thank you, everyone. I want to thank all the panelists. And I would like to comment again the importance of, as you all mentioned, of the action plans. I think it's a phrase that we use a lot in Portuguese. That is, when a child is taken care by many people, it seems like she's not being taken care by no one. And since pollination is a theme, very transversal theme that appears in many goals of international documents, I think we're lacking of these action plans specifically for pollination, so we can improve this matter and look at this matter by the society as a whole. It's only I'm only provoking you guys, but because between all these actors that take care of pollination, which one do you think is more strategic to start to develop the policies, the national policies in each country? Thank you. Would someone would someone like to answer the strategic sector of the population? The question, Kaira, is relating to the different strategies that the countries have. So, which actor do you think is the most important to generate this mobilization, and with who we can have this multiplying effect in society from a integrative point of view? Which actor do you think is more important, and which one do you like to reinforce? I think the key actor is civil society, the ones that help us to reach the territories, the ones who know the territory and can guide us and indicate which people are interested to implement certain actions. We can have institutional coordination, but this is our work actually. Who is the one that is going to make this information available and who is going to execute? So that's why we have these entities that are interested in habilitation of the spaces for bees, because after the government, who is going to improve these activities? I agree. I think it's really important that the actors who implement this action plans are essential. I think MAC, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Environment, they are going to be present, but it's really important to know and to notice which are the most important indicators about when we talk about conservation of the pollinators insects. And we can't do that if we don't have information studies, if we don't have the baseline. We have the OSN baseline, but this is really local. We sometimes have really specific conditions in each space, so it's really important to include inside the civil society the researchers that can act in decision making and know about the needs of what they need. Sometimes we can't use an indicator because we don't have information, but we need to have this indicator to take action. And in the same way, the different types of indicators that we can use, like the pesticides, to reduce the use of pesticides and the use of inputs, this asks that to reunite the actors of civil society to the farmers. They're the ones who have ideas in their practice and how this is going to affect their production or not, their crop or not. So the institutions need to be present because they need to talk about the interests. And it's really important to integrate, to articulate the efforts between the two groups, the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Agriculture, because just like we mentioned before, is always present this different interesting and sometimes it's really complex to deal with that. I agree with my colleagues, and I think that the theme of pollination and pollinators is not about a theme that only interests one ministry of the civil society, but it's a theme that needs to then, in a more articulated way, just like we mentioned before, the civil society, the indigenous people, women, etc., because I don't want to enter the matter of Leah too, but it's really important when we all start to know what we have to do in the public policy to distribute the responsibilities. So the public policy is the base of sustainability, because all the public policies, when they are built, when they are written, many times we want to do them from our offices. So the construction needs to involve all the actors, and this will help us to know which one is going to do what. And this is a really important theme for funding, how we're taking these actions, the specific actions, and from that, this generates the sustainability. So we can finally say that this public policy won't be a dead letter, but we will actually practice this public policy because we were all actors in the construction of it.
I don't know if you want to add anything or we have 1 minute to lunch. Very quickly, I agree with what was mentioned before. I also agree with what was mentioned in Mexico, but there is a topic, and the topic of pollination is overestimated sometimes, and there is a commitment for that, and we have to commit with the outcomes, and then we have indicators for this as well. We have this also done with the indicators in Peru, and the indicators in national aspects, they also are defined in the strategy. And this is very motivating for us, and to know the realities, and also um, to see some advances as well. And then it's true that we have a decisive work, and there is a lot of interest to do that in the indigenous people, because in reality, what we need in the articulation, in the complementarity mediated for this intermediation, and we should take over the responsibilities of the accomplishment. Because if I agree and I am sincere, we need to take it into consideration the responsibilities and in the economical part. And with this connotation with Latin America, we also need to consider as the uh, work in Latin America, that if each country also takes it into consideration, we can see how we can improve this in each region, because in our region we should focus on this topic, and then this is what we need to work on. And when we have the targets of the taxation, we could not just work independently. Targets are necessarily to be followed, and that's what I have seen in the mainstreaming, and it's important to consider in our situation. It's important to reinforce the role of each one of us in the outcome that we are expecting. Thank you so much. We have two people to have questions. Please elect from the panel one representative to make the comment. If you can be very punctual and concrete and direct. My name is Kleber Santos from the Ministry of uh, Agriculture and Cattle from Brazil. Thank you so much for the presentations. Our ministry works with all the segments from the producers, big, small, and medium, especially the small ones, because it's obvious for any public policy. So how agriculture, since agriculture has this interface and a lot of impacts that can be positive with pollinators and pollination, I would like to know if it is important to integrate all the segments of producers together, because we need to involve all of them. Traditional communities are important, but the small and medium and big producers, they are important to be integrated. This is one thing, and the other thing is a suggestion. Since the Ministry of Agriculture, they work with the regulation of the agricultural production, and this impacts on biodiversity. I would like to know if in the composition of boards, if it is interesting to expose and invite ministries of agriculture. So the environmental ministry can also make some considerations and presentation of policies that impact the biodiversity and the pollination. Thank you so much. Because of time, just one person can reply. How do we integrate the sector of agriculture, especially in topics of articulation and regulation of this sector? Some actions that could be better for the public policies of the agriculture. We are environmental ministry, but we work with the agriculture world. We have activities that will leverage the conservation of ecosystems at the same that we make the connectivity with agriculture. With agriculture, we have done best practices for the conservation of pollinators, with the diminution of pesticides, the practice with producers and beekeepers, and the use of the pesticides in the agriculture systems. So I believe that agriculture in itself is already integrated because it defines the attributions. And with these attributions, we have to consider how it can support us. Those who are handled and those who are native. And then we can define adequately the attributions and how each one of them they can impact it, the same goal, which is the conservation of the pollinators. Thank you so much. I would like to have a round of applause and have this photograph on the panel. And as they take the photograph, I would like to give some advices, some directives. And now during the lunch, since we are great people, we will have a team of people that can have lunch with us because we need to coordinate the work of the afternoon. So we are going to coordinate the work of today. And then I'm going to speak Spanish because many people speak Spanish. I asked for the colleagues speak to Daniel, Arturo, Catalina, Socorro, Lucia, Marcia Carranza, Gandhi, Carolina, Ana Barragan, Carolina Hernandez, Gino, Ariel, Ignacio Piquera, Jorge, and Elisardo that can gather with us during lunch because we have groups in the afternoon and we need some support. Thank you so much. And I am William, the GIZ technical support assistant. Another thing is that in the morning, some people already enrolled in the teamwork groups. We still have some groups that still have space, so people can enroll themselves there. So please, during the lunch, subscribe here according to the topics of your interest among the 12 topics. I understand that 9 of them they are already full, so we still have 3 topics. So people who have not enrolled themselves, you can select among these 3 topics, and as fast as you elect, you have 3 options. If you don't do it quickly, you will not have space in one group. So now it's 1:10 p.m. We'll come back at 2 p.m. 2 and 10 p.m. maximum. So we have 1 hour sharp. 2 p.m. we start by calling, and we expect that the restrooms can be ready, and then we ask you kindly to come back the fastest way possible. Thank you so much. Very good. Hum?
É babado.
Vento?
É. Tinha esquecido como as abelhinhas eram importantes.
Já almoçou? Vou almoçar agora, Luiz. Ninguém vai escrever.
Is the time we need the most energy, and we will have a very interesting afternoon. So we invite everyone to take your seats so we can begin.
Estamos listos también con el equipo virtual, ¿verdad? Bien. Entonces,
We are also ready with our online participation, so we'll continue with the third block. And now we'll invite Ms. Isa Calderon. She's a chemical engineer, conservationist, and founder of Suma Kawasai, a social environmental company that bases solutions in mountains and woods in Peru. And she integrates biodiversity, conservation of pollinators. She coordinates the Guardians of Native Bees, a program that works with women in rural communities in the conservation and sustainable management of native bees. She's a member of the panel of conservation of ecosystems and the group of pollinators of Milan. She received the prize of biodiversity in 2024 and another prize as a young conservationist. She will be doing her lecture with the title Inclusion of Communities, Women, Youth, and Indigenous People in a Model of Conservation and Pollination that Generates Income. Please, a round of applause to Ms. Isa Calderon.
bien, como estamos en vivo, me hace...
So let's get started. Please, about the presentation. It's not working here. So please, can you pass the images throughout the presentation?
Estamos en las guardianas de los amiguitos.
Can you please play this video here?
En el sistema de bosques ecomontanos
Buenas tardes. Me hubiese gustado que puedan visualizar los videos de la parte inferior, pero bueno, por temas de tiempo vamos a avanzar. Muchas gracias por la presentación. Ay. Bueno, estoy con un poquito de nervios. Bueno, gracias. Primero quería agradecer por la invitación a la cooperación alemana, a Andreas y a todo su equipo por traer las montañas y al bosque seco, la voz de las mujeres que están liderando la meliponicultura sostenible en la costa norte del Perú, en Lambayeque.
So let's talk a little bit about this theme, young woman and traditional communities and a model of pollination that generates income. Well, you guys know me. I am a founder of Somacasa. We are this social company, social environmental company that do we restoration of this pollination environment. When we start with the consumption about this program, we identify many problems in our territory. As you can see, we have these 4 points, and the first one, my territory is the north coast of Peru. We had a big problem of deforestation, of monocrops, and climate crisis that we're all dealing today that affects the pollination by the native bees. The problem that we found in our territory was the lack of credit and access to funding, and is also linked to education, not only to produce capital but also to conserve the land. And we also needed to aggregate value to the product, since the ecosystem that we work is a place where most of the farmers dedicate to the production of sugarcane, and they also produce coffee. And we have a team dedicated to reforestation. And we also need recognition of the value to conserve it, and this is the main point that we identify that allow the communities to develop in a sustainable way. Here, as you can see, is my community. Here we have the mountains. You can see the Machu Picchu. So what we identified last year was that with all the problems that we mentioned before, we decided to launch the Guardians of the Native Bees. That is a program that is empowering 60 women, not only in the woods, but also in the mountains. They are small villages and districts that we call houses. We have 2 communities in the rural area. And what we have here is 7 women inside a field, and we also have indigenous women, the Quechua, that is one of the native languages. We have many native languages, but the Quechua is one of them, and we have women involved in our program that speak this language. And also inside this role, we also have young people from 30 years old until people of 60 years old. I think I'm speaking a little fast. Are you guys able to understand me? If I'm going too fast, please let me know, because sometimes I feel nobody's understanding me. So the business model of this program is that we funded this program through the prize of biodiversity It was an incentive to people that work with restoration. And thanks to this prize, I was able to build the guardians of the native bees. We have 3 types of native bees, but for the program, we're only working with 2 species inside the woods. As you can see, we have this species with the flowers. We have a colder weather. So basically, this business model is that this woman can generate income by selling the honey of the bees, the native bees, and of course, all the chain. Without the bees, we don't have plants. So this ecosystem of the pollination helps these plants to grow. And we also have families that before they didn't have any initiatives involving women like this one. This is a global problem that we face. We need articulations that involve women, since in the rural areas, women work in a bigger percentage when we compare to men. So these guardians were empowered and started to generate income from their work with pollination. These territories also are kept alive. And also guarantees the food security, and they're able to generate income from their work. So as you can see here, the guardians of the bees are these ladies in the picture. They represent the community, and you can also see some woman wearing a black skirt is a original way of wearing skirts in this region, and they dedicate themselves with production. And the consequence is that we have a whole structure that goes beyond the pollination and generates a conservation of the biodiversity of these areas and generating economic development of the area for these women. So we have 4 remarks, important remarks, that is the conservation, to keep the conservation of the native bees, the restoration. We have meetings to identify in each territory, in each local, which species they saw, which species they are dealing with, to offer reforestation with the team that we have to dealing with the area. And we also have research, and we were able to identify a few years ago 50 species of plants that the bees visit. But in Peru, this research is very expensive. I was talking to a friend earlier from Mexico, and we compared the prices in our research, and unfortunately we have this limit in budget in Peru when we're talking about this type of research, and it doesn't allow the communities to develop this type of research. And of course, we have the tickets that generate income from this family by the selling of the products that this woman produce in this area. And we also sell the honey that is produced inside this area. And as I said before, we have this specific sugar produced by the sugar cane, and we sell as a company. As you can see here, we sell like this because this small bottle is for, we don't have a lack of products.
And these women, rather than being beneficiaries, they should be guardians of their territory, of the biodiversity, and of everything that implies and sustains this territory. These five topics move the guardians. First, learning about the bee method in a sustainable way. We have seen some initiatives of our colleagues, and each one of them they have their own characteristics, but we should be aware that the bees, other than seen as an object and economic asset, they are living beings. So we have promoted more the awareness part of the management and only collecting what we need. And we don't make artificial feeding. And we also are reforesting. And the other topic is to talk about the box management, different from the craft made that some producers or gardens they have had some in their farms. This program also has allowed us to observe, and by making one initiative we have launched, and the fact that these women are attentive to their forms, yeah, the forms, uh, the fact that they observe where the bees are and what forest they are visiting, and also we can collect a note that we are managing to provide this um, honey so they can be prepared in the living place. Here we have several actions about this that we have for the bees, and we also have some budget limitations, and that's why we need to prioritize what actions we'll do. And as a consequence, we can create some different products from the honey. So, as I mentioned, when we ingress as beekeepers, but other than being a model, sustainable model, we need also to make it sustainable. And this was the excuse to conserve the conservation of the pollinizers, because this way we understood the service of pollination as important, and this way we incremented the quality of the seeds and the fruits because of pollination. So this is something that we noticed after we started caring about that. So there are some other things here. The goal is to start the year with a restoration program for the plants and to take them finally to the field and the farms of these beneficiaries. And in the end is one topic that we are working and to have look for some degraded areas so they can introduce these plants that are native to these zones. This way we can know what are the plants that we can seed in their specific native places. So if there are plants that are from the mountain, we try to seed them in the mountain, those from the forest in the forest, and etc. This is the process that we are following, and we are in the nursery and in the other places. So here is a place in a topic that I mentioned before, which is the cornerstone of the initiative we have for the gardens. Uh, and our motto is that without science, we are restoring blindly because we want to do something, but we do not know what we have to do. So we need to have science to understand from data what are the active principles, the physical chemic characteristics that we need to manipulate. And now what matters is to make a restoration that is adequate because what we have done so far is to identify what type of plants these bees need. And since they are going to different flowers and they are collecting different seeds, we need to understand better their habits, their species, and their breed. And that's why we need some kits to go to the place where we can conserve some seeds, to collect some pollen, etc. But as I mentioned before, we don't have budget for reviewing the palynology, so that's why we need investment for that. So it's complicated so far to consider this because it's a limitation aspect, and then you can see some topics that we consider important to consider, and we have this estimation of investment that we expect to need so we can invest in different projects, which is 250 US dollar, thousand US dollars. And why do we want to do the restoration of these pollinators? Because we started with six um, focus of work that you can see in this map. There are some yellow dots from the dry forest in a height of 4,000 meters above the sea level, and then have 1,200 and then 1,800 from the dry forest to the mountains. We have this zone, and we want to create a biological hallway for these pollinators. And then we have some also some parts in the northeast, and this is the goal to make this restoration. After working in the projects, and what we are seeking for is the not here is the currency part, but we need also to maintain this business model and make it sustainable in the communities, and we need to ensure the biodiversity management. And these are the pillars that we need to consider and we need to exercise. Because, for example, here, the conservation of the native bees, if we conserve them in the living territory, in these ecosystems, we can also have a better production as a consequence. And then here we want here to link the agritourism business in the route of bee honey that we want to create, and then we can also have a good impact in the tourism. So this can benefit everybody, the communities, the bees, all of us. So from that, we can see that from the trade, we can get the money to reinvest in conservation. So it's the economic circle that's benefiting everybody. Here we talk about the identity incomes. In my case, for example, I see things with my experienced years as important to have these products. I have grown up in the field and I know how it is to live there. I know how the difficulties to manage and generate non-sustainable resources. So it is important to have this in mind. And this also implies to provide fair resources to the communities. So in the end, we can have some products like the panela and the honey, and we offer the service of the medical honey, and also we offer the different types of honey bees according to the type of breed that we have. Last year we started the first harvest in January, and this year we are trying to do that, but we have the El Nino phenomenon that's is bothering us a little bit. So we have some rains that are spoiling our work, and then there is no enough nectar to produce the honey. And also there is the fact that there are not clouds being generated in the place where we have the bees. So many fruits they are just falling off the trees, and we are waiting for the flourishing time and season so we can start our project because it will be more favorable. And then we can also conclude that this phenomenon is affecting our work. This is the question here, the barriers that we have found. What is making some barriers to the pollination work? As I mentioned in the beginning, there are several topics. The first one is the access to the land. As I mentioned, the president of the community, he can give you some terrains, but it is not that you have access to the terrain, which is opposite to the Amazon forest that have some thousands of hectares available, and it's much different the reality. And then another difference is that we have some degraded areas that are deforested, because in the dry forest there is not as much there is not much water that we can make some constant agriculture. So the only way to generate incomes is with the forest. And when they are in the forest, they have the algarrobo, that is a type of tree that when it's a old tree, the bees will make a beehive um, in their woods. So that's why it's important to conserve these type of trees, and it's a big problem because sometimes when you take down these trees, you are affecting the bees as well. So it's not something that is simple. It's important. These topics that I've mentioned before, the access to capital and funding aspects, should be directed to the small producers, to the basis entrepreneurships, because the funding, the funds of financing that we have in Peru, they should arrive to the base, and they don't arrive sometimes. And in the Amazon, sometimes they get a lot of funds, but people in the mountains, they don't get anything. All this ecosystem they need, and sometimes they are invisible. And it's true that, and also we have to consider that in the Amazon rainforest would not have rain if they weren't the mountains. So we need to conserve the mountains as well. And specifically, it's important to consider that if there are some funds, the other characteristics that we have seen is we they always ask for us to have like at least 50 employees in a institution to get some funds. So entrepreneur that's small that will not never get these funds. So it's important to uh, mention this. These are some paths we have seen and we are developing in this program, and we are sharing experiences with other colleagues. And here are several topics. So it's not enough to say, well, we have launched the program for the conservation, because in our case, what we have seen is that, uh, and in other cases also happen, is that when you found something, is only to make some workshops and you don't have any subsequent fruit. And then what happened to the communities afterwards? And we need to have this awareness stage as well with the indicators, and to generate some help and support to the communities. And then in the end of the day, if the communities they don't have incomes, how can we make sure they are being sustained by the territories? So what we have seen here and what we are looking for are these. We are looking for restoration of the market, the conservation, and measure what matters. And then also we put these topics that can be important for you to help to make a wider list and recognizing the local knowledge as well, because it is a moment not only to work with the territories to extract knowledge, but to co-design with them and respecting the gender equity and the community harmonic ways of doing things. So they can be decision makers, the lady, and many of the times there are also some male predominance, and sometimes many of the women they cannot even say their own opinion. The women could not have any presence. It is important to have them into consideration. So in the end of the day, many wives, when we had these workshops, they were not able to participate because their husband didn't want them to be present. So another thing that is important is how can we do to articulate the market and so that these companies, these um, restaurants that work with this can work with the conservation. And then we have a restaurant in Lima that you can visit. They work with products of biodiversity, of seasonal products with local communities, and they are making some conservation in this case as well. And that's why it's important to have this into mind, because there is a company that's trying to have them these communities with them. So it's important to measure what matters and the indicators of the initiatives that are being done in the territories. Also, in our case, we always are going out of the country. We are doing this work with the cause. This is in Luxembourg that are done uh, with the nation makers. That is a global initiative that is helping us to connect with the investors. And this, before we go on, we cannot ask a community to conserve what the economic system wants to destroy. The conservation of pollination is more than just conservation. It's necessary to make this viable uh, position, and one of these are the articulation is the market. It is not possible that you follow on offering projects for the communities just because they have a fund, you need to do something with this money. But on the other hand, when the pioneers are the guardians of the city, you need to ensure the limitations of the community, and then they will be able to make projects with these people. And once you make these projects, the farmers they will have the chicken and with no access to the market. What serves this training that they give them trainings, workshops, etc., and they don't keep investing on them afterwards. So it's something that it's very problematic. And for them, in the end, the field is important, and we need to consider that it's their way of life, and everything that we eat comes from the field, and we need to support these families. It comes from the field. So if the guardians, the producers, the farmers, they don't get a income that is fair, nobody will produce, and will have no food, and that's important. And we have to ask how these guardians can generate some fair income. Also, what would happen if funding, generating the financing is helping to conserve? And this is the change that we are trying to do with the guardians of the native bees. Thank you so much.
Now let's open a space for 1 or 2 questions. Punctual question of 60 seconds and 60 seconds of answer as well, please. Let's choose 2 people and the third can write down for our producer to answer. Please, can you help us with the microphones? 2 people just raised their hands. And a third over here. Let's write down the question. Good afternoon. Congratulations, Isabel, for your work. I'll talk slowly so you can understand me. I won't risk to speak Spanish. My name is Felipe. I'm here representing the Taboa Fortalecimento Comunitário. Is a social civil company, and we develop a similar project that look to the conservation of the territory for the generation of income through beekeeping. And with this look of gender in our projects, from 60 people, we have more than 30 women, and we understand that this strategy needs to be applied inside the projects of beekeeping. And I wanted to hear from your experience if you had any challenges. Please, if you can resume. Yes, my question is if you have any challenges to do the actions of restoration, understanding that we have some obstacles for this woman in the matter of accessing land, because in our territory we have challenges for this woman to restore their territory, because most of the times these areas of restoration conflict with areas of production that are from their husbands. So do you have an experience around that, of challenges to access land, and how do you deal with this matter of restoration in small areas? Thank you. I understand the translation is good. What happened is that in the territory, as I mentioned, each family has half hectare, 2 hectares, 3 max. So we have areas that are shared between the community. We have cows, we have different animals, and we take there so they can feed themselves every day. But your question is, yes, most of these plants don't produce food that the people that live there can consume, but there are wild plants that are in the wild forest. So the spaces, as you mentioned, if you don't want to put these trees of 4 or 6 meters to occupy the space to do the crops that you want to prioritize, yes, we need them to create living fields so they can feed from that. The territories, if they don't produce anything, we don't have any benefits from that. But we don't, they are allowed to plant living areas, and we don't have anything against that. Thank you so much. The last question, please. We have 2 questions, 2 people who raised their hands, and we'll write down their questions. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andressa from BF Brazil. Isabel, was a pleasure to hear you speaking. I'll be fast. As the colleague said, we have similar experience here in Brazil, just like the ones you presented for us from the Amazon, from the Mata Atlântica and the south of Brazil. So what I would like to know is that besides the barriers that you pointed down, here in Brazil, one of them is the legislation to sell the honey from native bees. The honey from apes is very well established, but from the native bees is not. So one of the restrictions is that regulation, the legislation around these products to access the market. And Brazilians don't have the habit to consume honey, so it's even worse when we talk about the native honey. So we've been studying about honey, native honey, and we have this barrier of the legislation because it stops the honey to get to the traditional market. So we have a hard time exporting the honey for countries that consume the most, like Europe, for example. And one of the barriers that we have is the legislation. So I would like to know if in Peru you have this type of challenges as well, if you have an experience to share with us. Thank you so much. I understood. This year we'll have the first products of honey to sell, but of course local commercialization. We have 60 local women. We produce in a small amount, 50 to 100 liters per box. Is a small species, not like the Amazon where we have a big production of honey. In some places, we can produce a little bit more, but about your question specifically, recently the Ministry of Agriculture had this role in consulting us what to do, what they have to do to create a public policy that allows the transportation of species from a region to another. Because sometimes we have to deal with plagues that are transferred between the regions. But it's really hard. The legislation recently, last year, entered the native bees inside this legislation, but relating to the honey production, we didn't have the same thing. So our colleagues only sell freely, but since it's not a big amount, we can't tax them as something illegal. And another thing that you asked us, our colleague have articulating. We had a colleague in Indonesia and Africa, and he said that they had a good amount of honey for exportation, so they are exporting, but not as honey, not in the honey category because of the legislation. In the food legislation, they don't have the native bees included. They only have the African bee, so they export as another type of product, and obviously the one who is buying knows that it's not because it's not regulated, it's because they can't export as honey, and that's why they changed the name and they export it normally. So I think this is something you could do if you have big amounts of honey and want to put in the international market. You have to look for this legislation for the specific rules for that, because the communities have to generate income, and to do the restoration, we need to generate income. So we need to explore these pathways that allows us to generate income through that. Okay, thank you so much. A round of applause for Ms. Isabel Calderon. And now we'll start our next panel. Please, let's prepare. Can you please come here?
En este momento.
Well, so now I'll call Mr. Inácio Chiqueira from Profunofi. He's a specialist in bioeconomy, restoration, and climate change. He's a forest engineer from the Agricultural University, and he's doing his master's degree here, and has 20 years in projects of bioeconomy with the conservation of biopollinizers, and he's the coordinator of the project Polilaki, and he managed initiatives of high impact like KSW, and he focused on the development of biobusiness, community biobusiness, valuing ecosystem services and climate resilience based. So I pass the floor. Thank you so much, Lara. Good afternoon, everyone.
I would like to thank GIZ and the colleagues from Brazil for this beautiful welcoming spirit. I would like to mm, express some messages that are interesting and about the experience that we have had so far. And Isabel showed us how the current actions we have in conservation and the sustainable use of the pollinizers can generate some global impact. This is a little bit of what we see and comment and 2026, the local action for the global action. Isabella transcended in its community, and from the borders of Peru, she was able to talk about the experience of the work with women and some employments of as a representative of Peru. It's a way of transcending and generating global impact, and it's a great example for the women in the world. And I see that the leadership of the women is also interesting in this stage. But there are some barriers to close so this leadership can also consolidate, and so we can analyze the different strategies for being inclusive. We have also another panel with people that have different experiences, and I'm very happy to introduce you Vangura Nuna. Please join us. He is the founder of Circular Bank, the central organization of the climate change through solutions based on the nature. He dedicates to connect science, policies, and practice to uh, approach the impacts of the climate change and the developments actions to the initiatives of the community. Welcome. Through the web, Mrs. Marceli Santos. I don't know if we can see her on the screen. Marcela Santos is a biologist, interdisciplinary investigator. She is a PhD on uh, environmental studies, and her work is to analyze the relationship between biodiversity, agriculture, and means of rural lives. And her attention is in on pollinizers, social ecological inequalities, and equality systems that are fair. And also, she talks about gender sustainability in coffee in communities that are Afro descendant. Nowadays, she is working as a postdoctorate investigator in the Poly X Sedet Institute, and she's focused on the bioecology in the feminist bioecology, generating some process that are participative with young people and indigenous people. Welcome, Marcela. As a third guest, I would like to invite Rodrigo de la Cruz. Rodrigo is from Quechua people and has a lot of experience with the conservation of biodiversity and sustainable use, with emphasis in the strategy generation of inclusion of the added values of the traditional knowledge for the products and services coming from the biodiversity. And by taking these defensive intellectual property value, and as the generation of the protocols for bioculture from the uh, behavior laws in indigenous situation. He's expert in intellectual property and general knowledge with the intellectual property and with the convenience with the biological university as well. Welcome. At last, Edith Bacia, please come up to the stage. She is the indigenous leader from Los Pastos people in Colombia. She is a member of the Women Network about the Latin American diversity, and she has a big path on the public policies in the environmental part, and with focus on the intercultural part, with experience in the sector, public sector, and national sector. She articulates her knowledge of the original people with normatives for the conservation of biodiversity and environment, including the knowledge and the experience of models of conservation of the services that generate some income opportunities. Welcome, the four of you. Great pleasure to see you here. And let's discuss about the topics that Isa mentioned. What we sought is to respond from your expertise field some questions that were key to guide you from your experience and your reality as well. Let's start with Bangura. We would like to know, Bangura, what conditions should overcome to guarantee a economic participation in an equitable way? What barriers, conditions linked to the access to the land, funding, the technical assistance you consider to be necessary to consolidate the circular work?
I've been deprived of speaking Portuguese, so now I have the opportunity to speak English finally. I think it's a very great opportunity to be here. My name is Aruna Bangura. I'm from Sierra Leone, far away from West Africa. Thank you very much for the question. So I grew up just 1 kilometer from what we call the Tiwa Island. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It's a protected area. And what I've been happening is that for me, I grew up in a family where beekeeping was used as a sustenance. And I've also watched it where it's transitioned from being a livelihood for my family to also suddenly seeing that bees are disappearing within our environment just because of our local practices. And these are not only affected the livelihood of my community, but also it has affected the food chain over the years. So what has happened is that was what tempted me and then introduced me in forming Bank Circular, which is not only there to address the decline of bee population, but also trying to like bridge the intergenerational gap between youth and the older folks so that indigenous knowledge is not lost within that circle. So what has happened is that we have no formal pollination services in terms of its policy. There is this huge gap in terms of regulating barriers or neither challenges that are affecting bees and other pollinators. So what we've been doing is working with the park authority and also the community, but also try to train them because we mostly work with women and youths, so we're trying to like bridge that intergenerational gap. And what these have paved over the years is that we are looking at traditional land tenure system, which are mostly not formal because these are in rural areas and this land system are not documented, and access to finances for smallholder farmers is also a very big challenge. And we are talking about the African continent where most of our fundings come from grants and also international organization. And we are also looking at the whole area of geopolitical issues that are coming in of what not to fund and what to fund. So the issue of protecting pollinators within this discourse is sometimes tempting when you try to like bring these discussions to our leaders in what can be done. So it's a whole barrier of itself. But for us, without all this existing barrier, we've been able to what we call leapfrog, access to grants and talk to international partners and then try to like explain to them what these communities are doing and how passionate they are, because most time passion speaks louder than the decision of not only protecting your environment and keep pollinators, but also the issue of like what will happen after when the grants finish. Because there is passion and it's connected to the livelihood. It's something that we've used to not only overcome these issues, but also to navigate. And one of the other things is that the other part of the question that talks about creating the enabling environment in terms of access, we've used sustainable beekeeping practice through traditional knowledge and blend of modern knowledge in establishing this hive through the support of organizations like GLF and the Irish Project, which I was fortunate to be a STEM prize winner over the years. And we've used this to establish hives that create livelihood opportunity for these communities, but also in turn, these communities are contributing to Bank Circular in giving an expansion for us to do activities like restoration. So regardless of these existing barriers that are there in terms of lack of policies, but we've been able to establish a local governance structure that made up of over 70% of women, because they have this passion and then they see that it's a need for them to provide livelihood for not only their community, but also for their younger generation. So we've blended this experience of youth, giving them the expertise that this is what we need to do, and we have the knowledge and then the passion. So I think that is one of the barriers that we've been able to like leapfrog these existing challenges of not only working where there are no formal policies, but also we creating our own governance structures that keeps what we are doing alive.
Excellent, Bangura, thank you. Entonces,
So, from the perspective, the scientific perspective of the investigation, the academia, the Marcella, what do you think are the conditions for these populations, the indigenous people, the communities, to be included in these conservation models? I cannot hear you. Can you hear me now? Yes, now I can hear you. First of all, good afternoon. And we should also consider that we need to work together because we have the benefits and we require some access to know what we can build together. And one investigation is studying agriculture, the contribution of the pollination, and the production of honey in the colonies. This is also important for us to know more in the dimension so we can know how to take care of all of that. But also, it's important to know the benefits as autonomy in the universities that are important for the different communities as well. So, one first condition is to know with the communities what benefits we can have and what is successful for them, and they can try to produce what is enough for them with when the goal is to produce not more but to maintain the different economic incomes with the pollination by producing what we need in the plants, etc. Another condition would be the fact that we have the quality of land, because one community that tries to maintain the generative practices, the fragmentation of the plagues, we know that we don't know much about it. And we've got to know more about the restoration practices that can help them to make their job better. And this can also work with the intensive matrix in a way that it can also provide the um, best assets for the land. So this also goes through the territorial rights and also with the difficulties that sometimes come from the outside. So this way we can identify how the territories end up by being a challenge. One additional condition is to know the resources that they have to participate in the different uh, efforts that can be meaningful. And for the women, we need to ask who found the different resources in the earth, in the colonies, credit, the incomes, who takes the decision, because the literature many of the times has some uh, is not requiring the autonomy. So it is important that we know this type of things to incorporate women, youth, uh, and to redistribute the resources, the time, the access to the territory, the capability to work better, access to credit, the access to the market, everything that's working well also is one of the conditions that can help, because once you have the market, the ability to have the negotiation, you can also get some welfare from that. It's important also to access to the market, have some conditions that guarantee the supply chain uh, and the generation of knowledge, the psychological support of the community, so they can also have this possibility to grow as people. This way, we can see the better efforts of conservation that they can get access to, so the territory can really have a value that can be reinvested in the conservation. So we need to consider what is capturing the value, the destination, and how much the system is doing for the pollination. It's very scarce in the pollination, and other than that, we have many people invited and many indicators. And with that, we have to take into consideration the communities that can be done for for the whole society. And then there is this proposal of measuring what is the complexity of the whole system, where they can have this initiative for conserving the pollinizers with the economic benefits and the social benefits as well. And with that, we can identify what are the meaningful conditions with the territories to provide this without the complexity and then we can see how we can offer a effective solution to the problem. And then with that, we can consider three different ideas. One is the the redistribution of the ideas, because we need to consider who as gets that. The other is widen what we know as the benefit for caring, and the other one is building the intervention with the communities, with the opening part. So these categories can also have the different projects that can be evaluating the exit. How important is to have the evidence to intervene, and with the scarce evidence, and also to construct the processes of the brothers and sisters from the community. So we have this community in the Ecuador with a specialty in the intellectual property. Please tell us about what you think to be these enabling conditions that could allow the inclusion of the indigenous community, of young people uh, and women of these pollinators. Good afternoon, Isabel. In her presentation, mentioned about talked about, well, it is not a unique model for management, that the outcomes are generated in function of the management that we are making this exercise in the territory, and this is precisely done with processes of learning in the territory and exchanging some information and knowledge with local information, and it's necessary to have this constant replica in practice. The need of observation in situ in the territory with the co-living of the community. Another thing is deciding, taking decision of how to generate some entrepreneurships. And in this stage, we have to know and make some comments to this topic. The biggest majority of the communities from the indigenous territories that we live in the ancestor way with the territory is the habit of using the resources. And then the biological biodiversity is a uh, ballpark part that is connected to the knowledge from the indigenous people and the biological diversity. And then there is this article that makes mention to what is the um, consuetudinary law that also establishes above that. Then the root of all this work that is in the Article 15. Also, we have the framework of biodiversity of Montreal that in the morning we've mentioned and is fundamental as well. So this has to do with the pollinizer aspects. In this stage of generating these communities, even though it is doing some sustainable use of the biodiversity, how to transcend the following part of getting to the market with an added value as well, because this can consider the consuetudinary uses that millenarily are some uh, elements for the community that sometimes are missing, and we should consider this. But if we or going to the other part of the society that demands the type of products. Many of the companies that we are interested on these forest resources, they would will to have this uh, question, not only this aspect of the added value, but with legal topics, and have doctor here that's very knowledgeable about these topics in the environment that we have to consider the intellectual property, for example. We have worked not much with the communities, and we have to analyze how we can generate this added value with the communities, especially in recognizing the state like with collective brands. Collective brands can really make an effect of what is being recognized in as products in many places because they associate the product with the community. This is a legal plus of the recognition of the indigenous people, so they can have this stamp that can give the proof of quality of their products as well to get into the market. Companies effectively they want to have this legal security. Also, another issue within the intellectual property is the origin, appropriation, ownership. This allows to recognize some rights over products that come from specific geographic areas that provide some special conditions to generate this type of products, and the state is in the obligation to generate some follow-up where precisely has this management. So it is fundamental to check where we have these inputs that many of the times are not with the communities, but they are the primary demand. And in Ecuador, we have this work with these different denomination with the cacao roma, the sombrero, the Panama hat as well, because it's very typical from Ecuador and also with Panama. This is very associated with the community knowledge as well. So where many others come from different areas of specific geographic zones that they state or saying that they come from another place. So this denomination is also making some generation and some connection with other concepts that need to accomplish some requirements, the same or the collective brands. And then these topics are associated of how we can have the custody of the traditional knowledge. And then we are discussing these topics of how the traditional knowledge really can mean the sustainable development. And we know that the traditional knowledge should not be seen as this, where generally and unfortunately we've seen as knowledge of the public places. So these are well debated. As a result, we basically have as an international tool in the international treaty where precisely the intellectual property and the traditional knowledge as well has indicated that they can have a value, so they can be reivindicated with the recognition of the genetic resources and the traditional knowledge. So this will generate these type of processes that are launched in a way that they can work together in developing the different traditional knowledges.
And now the needs of catalog traditional knowledge. Our communities, our people are from a global culture and a traditional knowledge and the systems of knowledge, indigenous system of knowledge are passed by the speech orally. So we don't have catalogs, we don't have papers about, but we have the knowledge, we have the rights. So, for example, the constitution of the community biocultural protocols, they are generating a plus not only to support the managing of the sustainable use of biodiversity, but also to generate other types of model of how can when we develop other methodologies to pass through the traditional knowledge of our communities. Of course, with the consent, with the free consent, and to guarantee the equal distribution of this indigenous knowledge. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rodrigo. I always think that is a challenge. Not only we need policies about this and protocols to enter the field, but we also need a look and not always the indicators answer to this look, to this point of view. The government of Colombia, since its experience in the public policies as the indigenous leader of this amazing network, I'd like you to tell us the conditions that you consider more important to reach inclusion of indigenous population, women, youth, and traditional communities in these models of conservation of the pollinators. Whoa, thank you, Mr. Ignacio. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank for the invitation of GIZ, and I would like to congratulate you for this amazing program, to congratulate you for your experience, for your presentation. I would like to thank again GIZ because it's really important to send this message for people who are in the base of everything, especially when we're talking about women. Sometimes the scenarios can be really challenging. But as Ignacio was saying, I'm part of the network Indigenous Women in Biodiversity, where I work in teams related to biodiversity, environment, women, especially with Indigenous women, but also could link my experience, my local experience, with the formation of public policies. My developed as Secretary of the Environment. I worked with policies and reports that now I delivered in my country, Colombia. So even of course we have huge challenges around this, and what we need to send is a message that it's possible. And of course, we have many conditions that can make this be able to function, but the fundamentals are to recognize the other, to recognize that we have the indigenous people, to recognize women, to recognize your specifics and the young people that many times are forgotten in the public policies, and the kids as well. One thing is to recognize children, and the other thing is that do this recognition from girls and boys, and how to recognize and strengthen these sectors from a different perspective, because they don't see these people in a process they are being invented. These people has their own process, their own knowledge, so it's good to build this environment to recognize their system. And of course, it's a challenge as the other panels said. And other thing we need to recognize is the model. If we continue with this extractivist model, from all the models of production, it will be really hard, the conservation, especially when we're talking about pollinators, because how do we do if we have to fight against the pesticides, against the agrotoxics? How can we make available the plantations with hydrocarbons? All these things are acting in the system where the pollinators are located. So we need policies for the specific species like we have for other species. The bees are not any species. I think is a key message that in this scenario we know about, but I think many people is not aware of that. So this conscience, this wide consciousness that the bees are really specific and show health of the planet definitely is something that we need to work on, and that food is a basic need to people, and the bees affect directly this culture of food in the agriculture. So we can't deny that the hydrocarbons is important for the transportation, for energetic mobilization, but the world needs to have red lines to conserve the pollinators. And I believe that the preservation of the indigenous lives, not only as people, but also as a person, also has to be a red line, because we already demonstrated that the indigenous communities are preserving and conserving the biodiversity. We prove that scientifically, so it's a undeniable reality, and we need to recognize this as a whole. We can't talk about the pollinators as a small thing separated as the whole cause. As I talked to my friend Andreas, we can't talk about the pollinators as something small. Oh, this is so small. It's not that small. It's something that we're dealing in territories, is showing us knowledge, is affects our food. So I think it's another key theme to recognize the participation of the indigenous people in all the sectors and approach this in a wide spectrum with all the territories in a whole. And other thing that I would like to say, someone already said that, but we need to recognize the protection and to promote the protection of indigenous knowledge, because it's where we have most of our native pollinators, and we need their conservation and the sustainable use, just like we need to take care of them and their production that is associated with their knowledge. And I think this takes us to a key knowledge to recognize this biodiversity that is also biocultural. The territory with people, with animals, with plants, and also with the spirituality. We have to look in a more integrated way, because these four elements work as a whole. Thank you so much. Excellent, excellent. Well, very interesting to recognize that the more we have these things integrated, the more we have the conservation. And of course, we already proved that. So many times, the people from the people don't understand, but we we have a little problem with our time, so we'll launch a question for everyone. I would ask to you to answer in a minute, and we'll start with Aruna, then with Marcela. And how do we can have productive ways to protect the traditional knowledge of the indigenous communities? We also have the security of the indigenous woman leadership, and also the young people and the kids. But do you have any experience that you can may share with us between your communities, in your territories, in your career? So, Aruna, please.
So for me, I'm basically speaking from an experience because I work in national park. So what I've learned over the years is that most conservation models are designed and delivered to these communities. And one of the things that is pressing is that most times we see women and youth as the guardians and defenders of nature resources, but mostly excluded when it comes to decision making. And we've also seen a very common trend where youth are seen as a tool in terms of where we should go and raise awareness. So they understand that these are the issues, but when it comes to decision making, they are totally excluded. And women are seen as the 4 points in terms of providing livelihood for their communities and guidance in terms of our project executions. But when it comes to discussing decision-making process, they are mostly excluded. So for us, based on my experience of what we've been doing is that we do not start with the aspect of modern conservation model, but also what we've been doing is we start by listening to these communities, listening to this community and understanding what are their needs and what form of traditional knowledge have been existing over the years, because I'm from an indigenous community, and how can this knowledge be transferred and be used in terms of its documentation. Because the thing is that traditional and indigenous knowledge of itself, it's an intelligence of a conservation module of itself, if you look at it from a broader spectrum. But most times when you see that these behaviors are not kind of like actualized or being used, it's a call for concern. So for us, we don't see youth as just beneficiary. We see them as part of the solution, because they also have the technical ability and the technical knowledge to lead and to solve these issues and to deliberate on these issues, to think from a broader perspective. But also we've seen that where youth contributing, not only drafting international and national agreements, but also bringing innovative idea. Because for us, one of the examples that we use is that we are trying to like introduce technology in not only addressing the decline of bee population within Tiwa Island, but also to monitor bee health, predict when to harvest. So with all of this innovative and disruptive technology that we are thinking and introducing within the conservation space, if we are left out of the discussion, what will be the best practice in terms of us having the best conservation module that we will call? So most times, us youth and then women are mostly left out, and that brings a call for concern.
Excelente, Bangura. Marcela, por favor.
Marcela, please. Yes, we're listening, so let's go. We have 3 conditions to deal with exclusive points, to keep the authority inside the knowledge, and the knowledge that is produced to be used in a dialogue between communities. And the other one is to share power and the governance of the projects that we can generate and they improve the projects. And we also need to recognize the inequalities of gender, of race, and then the academies that we have this constant challenge that I develop my pathway in themes that we need to understand, because sometimes we have some categories that are pre-established and we register data that are easy to register, and many times we our colleagues comment that we have some types of knowledge that go through this community knowledge, but it's also in the bodies, the rituals, the music. So it's like a whole. We need to unlearn the methodology that we've been using to learn the new methodologies of the indigenous communities, to embrace and recognize this transformation. So each time we need to open these investments in this generation and the generating of knowledge. We have cases of success, but many times we don't put in practice what already happens in the community. So we need to think in things that generate learning, like Gabriela said. We need to work together and share the knowledges, and throughout the goals, the methodologies, the ways of monitoring from the beginning. This is a challenge, but in terms of research, I don't know any cases, effectively cases in this way, but again, this happens. It happens in anthropology. We have some studies that I can think about in communities. In Colombia, for example, where we deal with this type of knowledge, with the types of knowledge of the indigenous people, of the Imbera communities, and we try to build with these communities, with their categories. But it's a great challenge because we have some themes around us, institutional way, that sometimes the research goes through, and we need to time the right time of the indigenous community to develop their process. And we need to categorize and register the knowledge. So again, it's a great challenge. And it's also an invitation to learn humbly, so we can to recognize and simply improve this type of inclusion. It's really complex work. We have a long way to go still. But thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Marcela. Thank you. The time is always our enemy in this type of scenario. For the indigenous, we like to speak a lot, of course, but actually, in the communities, we have the orality. The knowledge is in the practice, the day-to-day basis, and the culture of identity. So the methodology of how you reproduce this knowledge and we believe that a few years ago in Colombia, we've been working on what we call the life plans. And these types of coordinating the territories, the communities have been organizing their territories. We have methodologies in this way of speaking that takes into consideration the scientific knowledge of how to use the indigenous communities in their each territory is a reading of the territory. So I believe that here, for example, we have how to articulate the goal one from the global plan, the spatial plan, the spatial plan of the community, indigenous community that we've been doing. We have the traditional knowledge, we have the indigenous methods, we have the conservation of biodiversity, and these knowledges are empiric and practiced inside the communities. And we have specific goals that are related to the global mark that recognize the rights of the indigenous people, like the UN declared about the right of indigenous people. So these remarks need to be put in practice to keep this process improving with the traditional knowledge, with the right of indigenous peoples, and I think we're doing that in a very good way. This is a recommendation, of course, but it's still very hard for us to recognize the contribution that the indigenous people have inside this type of process. So we have a new delegations of sisters and brothers from the indigenous community that could contribute, but many ways these contributions in a good way of speaking. We recognize the territory, but other scenarios and decision making and debates where these teams are always present, and sometimes we're not present to debate for ourselves. So I think we have this gap, but we're still trying to make an effort to strengthen the indigenous community and our knowledge. I think this is our value that we contribute. And just like Dr. Edici said, we need public policies of how to recognize the participation of youth, of women, of kids, of grandparents. We have a lot to learn from them. And we need to see how to catalog and register this knowledge, this indigenous knowledge, so they can, from the communities, use this knowledge and pass this knowledge for other generations, from father to son, and this can still be useful just how it is today for the conservation of biodiversity. So we have a few challenges. We have a few challenges that shows inside the project. It's a really small project with all the spectrum that this is dealt with inside UN. It looks like they're not taking into consideration the convention about the preservation, and sometimes we link this with food security. Everything we discuss in FAO, the World Health Organization, about indigenous medicine, and we also have the theme of colonization. So we need to link all of these themes and make a contribution about what I was talking before about poverty, about the hunger in the communities. And why not link all the efforts with the accomplishment of the 2030 agenda, because this is one of the goals of sustainable development. Thank you, Rodrigo. I wanted to listen more, but we are short of time here. But can you pass us an experience you have in Colombia? Thank you, Ignacio. Since we have a short time, I think we have different categories of what we can call, what we can do and generate income from pollination and for indigenous women and all we dealt here. But since we have a short time, I'll deal with only a few themes here. Even if it sounds contradictory, not everything's about money for the indigenous people. And we need to recognize these models and recognize that we can use these models of life, of living, to conserve the environment. And if we can make this decision, we need to generate tickets, income. And for this to happen, we need to have a big mark inside the knowledge, because the Nagoya Protocol is really relevant in the diversity meaning. Many countries already signed, but Colombia didn't make this step. But we believe that it's a really important tool to generate a mark that protects the indigenous knowledge and can be occupied by all this production of values inside the communities, and to strengthen this capacity building, be especially for women, because we're not talking only about gender, we're talking about generation. So we need to have this feeling of belonging inside this culture. These chains of just commerce, we have many chains where women have their products selling, but what should they do? Where can I sell this? How do I negotiate? How do I get there? We have the language barrier. So I think that it's important to do these chains of commerce, of everything that is involved in that, and also direct financing, so the people can use the resources directly, not through the government, but inside their own structure. I think this is fundamental. Another thing is that we have the certification as an important tool, because since you have a green certification, or a woman certification, or an indigenous certification, I think it's a differential that can aggregate value inside the chain. And this generates knowledge, because to have a different product, we need to protect this knowledge that generates this product of the pollinators. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the panel. I think it was an excellent afternoon. I think we had 3 key themes. We need to transpass barriers and create conditions for the woman, youth, be formalized inside the market and have access of economic benefits, because we don't have the right incentives, we don't have capacity building. But since we identify these gaps, I think we can work on that. And the other team is related to the traditional knowledge, not only about the protection of the traditional knowledge. Someone is already talking to us. That is not inclusion, it's recognition. Someone already told us, and I think this needs to be put in a more transversal way. We don't have to do it just as a checklist, but also with concrete solutions. And last but not least, what demonstrated by Isa's presentation and by the examples, I think we can generate a bioeconomic through the use of pollinators. So there we have the challenge of how to identify these conditions and how we can promote and scale this process. So I think that's it for today. We have a time for questions. We have a time for 2 questions. So if someone would like to ask any questions, please a round of applause for our panelists because they brought us a local for this forum. So we have a hand raised there, please.
You can raise your hand, please, so we can deliver you the microphone. If you can make the question, both of you, and then you can respond one person for a question. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk to you. I would like to highlight the indigenous knowledge, and I would like to hear a little bit more about the communities and the academia. Last year, I work in an NGO that interacts with several indigenous communities, and very frequently, the knowledge that we have about bees is in the communities. We work with species that normally are not recognized by academia. So last year we have a collection of species in our territories, and among these, two are not recognized yet. They don't have this recognition yet. How can we make a fair partnership with the academia and the communities? How can we be heard at the same time that we can provide the proper value they can have, and they are under the knowledge seeking and the production of knowledge as well? Yes, I think Marcela is the one suitable to reply to this question because she's the academic from the group. Okay, so first of all, thank you so much for this question. As you mentioned, I think that it's showing the challenge for the academia that is considering local aspect for the categories. I believe that something that is indispensable is that when we talk about one community, we should define agreements of basis, and this is something that we have to consider in the behavior of recognizing what Edith mentioned as a commitment that is implying for the communities, that is from the commitments registered in the agreements, and they can be done in the communities. So we have to have a lot of humility, transparency regarding the way the joint construction process will be done, the legitimacy of these different evidences uh, by the generation of the knowledge, because many of the time in the academia we have some things that I think are bad, especially the material perversion, because when there is a species that's different from the other, don't recognize it as such, and the fact that we don't have validated information by the Western civilization science, we should work with this. So we need to have the humility to trust in the evidences for the local communities and work with that. And this way we should obtain some evidences from the different categories that we have, so we can generate some knowledge as well according to the standards of the Western science, and also having in mind the agreements that we have to follow. But this is something that's big and going towards the pressures we have with that. In the generation process of knowledge, we need to consider that it is important to adventure ourselves to generate knowledge and negotiating with the different institutions to have a synergy. But again, it is important to have agreements with a lot of transparency and lots of commitment to work together. This is a process. Sometimes I think, well, how I can go against the system, against the flow, but we also have to think how we can use of it as well. And it's worth it to learn in the process. We've got to have a lot of patience, humility, and transparency to commit to the big things. I don't know if this helps you. Thank you so much, Dr. Marcela. I think that we are out of time, so we finish here. And please have a round of applause. And thank you for this presentation. So for our colleague that is from the online meeting, and then we're gonna have some guidelines for the last moment of this event. Not because it is the last one, it is the less important one. And then we have the photograph as well. Thank you so much for this virtual smile as well. Very good. So now we have some directives for the work we are gonna do in the afternoon. We'll go to a special part of this work we mentioned in the morning. It is the one that will start by working with the declaration in Brasilia. Thanks to all of you who are present here. So to provide the context of everything that is important for this moment, I would like to invite Mr. Andreas Get to give the context, and then we'll give the indications. Thank you so much. Good afternoon again, everyone. As you've seen in the program, the Brazilian statement, we also put as a interactive part where all of you as a participants will be able to express yourselves, and something that will stay from this exchange. When we did the first one last year, it was the intention not only to have this internal meeting, but also to have an international seminar and to take advantage of these takeaways from this exchange program in the national level and document in the recommendations. For this, we prepared this document for all the participants that explain in the international context. And this is a global framework that is also being considered. And this is also some of the examples that we have elaborated with the concrete aspects that are being performed. And then this was the asset and before the conference. Now we are in the exchange, and we are thinking about what we can elaborate, and we are going to work with a small group to finish this, and then we have an hour to see all the takeaways that we can take to the international process as an inspiration. Same thing that we can live by the non-governmental organization, the private sector. Some organizations also could be included in the negotiation in the COP17 that will arrive in October in the Convention of Biodiversity as an inspiration. So this is the context that we have thought, and we reserved an event, parallel event. Hopefully we have this moment in Armenia to present all of this as well. Thank you so much. And Laura will explain now the methodology, how we have thought it. Thank you so much, Andreas. It was very important to know why we'll use these reports, and then I will invite my friend Tatiana Espinola. So I just want to comment that there are two moments. We are going to work in work groups, and then we have the feria that, with a lot of care, they have prepared, and then these two moments are important, and then we need the maximum energy in this afternoon. So Tatiana, if you can please follow us, I'll explain the methodology of work, and I'll we are gonna take no more than 10 to 15 minutes to have a coffee break, and then we are gonna ask you to deliver this room soon, which is 6:15, no more than that. So we need to work in team to optimize the time. I don't know if I can count on you. Really? Okay, Tatiana. See the energy that I deliver you the auditorium, and please explain the methodology. Very good. So I come here to explain, to talk to you with my Brazilian way, and my invitation is let's dialogue, let's build together from everything that we have seen today, from the experience that each one of us uh, see. Let's generate some meetings to bring this, to build this letter with the recommendations of this seminar. How have you thought about this moment of dialogue? We'll have today a conversation in 10 groups. This evening, commission of report will gather itself to make a contribution for each one of you, and tomorrow in the same moment in the end of the event, around the 16 hours, the 4 p.m., we have the reading of this document with the recommendation of this group, the document that we call the Declaration of Brasilia. Okay, Camila, please put it on the screen. In the morning, you have subscribed in the groups by affinity, by experience, the interest topic. We'll have 10 groups. The goal is to build together the declaration in the regional level, and then it's important to highlight these are topics that Andrea already mentioned, and we recognize the inspiration and the contribution of the different countries in this building process. Our process, as I mentioned before, in the preparation, today in the group of the report, we'll have a systematization process and then a dialogue in the plenary with the approval of this plenary in regards to this product, okay? So the idea is a document that can represent our way of thinking, our experiences, what we want to recommend regarding the pollination. We'll have 10 work groups, and these are the topics. You have already built it. I will not read each one of them. We only have a highlight that group 10 will work with two paragraphs. Paragraph 11 and 10. The other ones have the one, paragraph 1, 2, paragraph 2, and then we follow this so on and so forth. And how do we work? In the groups, each one group will get one paragraph, one proposal, initial proposal, and then it's the starting point for the dialogue. It is not the final text, it is the basis for the dialogue that you can build collectively your work. This group will make the reading. Will You're gonna get a blank sheet to read to write the proposal of the group for this topic as with one paragraph. Even today, we are gonna have one writer in each one of the tables. He will provide the um, take this paragraph to the computer, and then you can ask, why don't we do everything in the computer? The idea is to have dialogue so everybody can see the registration of the ideas on the on the board. So that's why we make on the board first, and after that you take the computer. Okay. Okay. I'll include here the topics, and you are gonna go to the coffee break. Okay, 15 minutes. And then take one pão de queijo, one juice or something, and then go to your group and start working, because the space is already prepared and you should be on the board with your group. We're gonna have group in the hall and some groups that have the view to the lake, and this will be very pleasing as well. Laura, and for the moderators, you have sent on the WhatsApp and the email the link that you need to write your text, and then you are gonna do that in a digital format. Tatiana, just one consultation to set the groups here. Okay, the groups will be localized here, and then you can find your group, and then you just take your material. Have a great snack, good coffee break. It is 4:20. At 4:35 we come back here, we start our dialogue, and it will last until 5:30, almost 1 hour in the work groups. Okay, have a good conversation and see you soon. And the fare of today is only here today, so please, the purchases you should do today, because tomorrow there is another group of expositors coming here today. So we leave in 15 minutes and we get the tables ready and have this small break and enjoy it.